Partita mio!
Use this starting point.
Io ho fatto. Io ho preso con.
aus Brasilien, die 7 der Setzliste. Auf Platz Nummer 3 ist es Elena Francesconi und Giulia Trippa, die 6 der Setzliste, die dort gegen Sofia Cimati und Greta Giusti spielen. Cimati, einer der besten Beachtennis-Spielerinnen der Welt. 4. in der Setzliste mit ihrer Partnerin und auf der 4 noch Eva Fernandez Palos sowie Raquel Jorte, das spanisch-brasilianische Duo, das dort gegen Sofia Cho aus Brasilien und Vittoria Marchesini aus Brasilien spielen wird. Das die Paarungen auf den einzelnen Plätzen. Wir legen los hier auf dem Center Court der Hilo Arena.
First set.
Okay then, folks, welcome along. Good afternoon from Saarlouis here in West Germany. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm super excited to get this action underway. The beach tennis world has all eyes here in the market town of Saarlouis as we get underway. This first quarterfinal of the women's Sand Series event here in Saarlouis. And a good start there for our 5th seeds, Cassidy and Costa. No doubt a nervy start, but always good to get that first point under your belt.
Last 30.
Just long from our top seeds are number 1 pairing in the world, Patricia Diaz there, the slightly shorter of the two from Venezuela. 33 years old. A real force of the beach tennis world, just such a prominent figure despite her small stature, able to get up to those smashes really impressively. She partners then Rafaela Müller, also a prominent force on the women's tour. 31 years old. First topped the rankings in 2014. So it's been around a fair few years. They know their way around this ITF Beach Tennis World Tour calendar. But a troublesome start then, a break straight away for the 5th seeds. Not the start that Diaz and Mila would have been hoping for, but no doubt they'll retain their confidence. They've been in pretty much any and every situation that you could possibly be in. So they won't be too disheartened by that start, but it might make them just have a conversation between themselves like, right, okay, not the start we wanted, now time to get on it. So the location, the first year here in the Grober Market in the town of Saarlouis. Change of venue from the last few years for this Sand Series, just as a result of the growing nature of this tournament. Ever growing year on year. It's so impressive. They're doing such a great job of hosting this event here as Ariadna Costa gets their service game underway. Costa then, youngest player on the court, 20 years old, partnering Cassidy. So a slightly more inexperienced pair coming up against the world number 1s. But they'll be really, really pleased with this start. Yeah, good from Mila there, just getting it nice and low. Too tough for Cassidy. Just fell to their knees there at the end. Just wasn't able to get down low quick enough for that one. So a little bit of danger on this service game then. Love 30. And of course the one serve. Let's not forget, that is a real thing to be aware of in beach tennis. It's just, you've got to get that serve in. It's the most important shot. If that goes, everything else goes. Oof. Some serious reflexes there. I thought that might have crept in, but just wide from Diaz. A few more chances to break back for the number 1 seeds then. Oh, quality. Quality stuff from the 20-year-old there. And Cassidy even. Really good, just setting themselves up, keeping it low, making Diaz hit up, and then looking to pounce with that smash. Really impressive stuff here. Still got a couple more break points to save, though. To see if they can just assert themselves in this first set. No, not quite. So it's a break straight back then for the number 1 seeds. As I said, they won't be phased by being broken first game. They know for anyone to take them out, they've got to play well throughout the first set, throughout the second set, and if it goes there, obviously the third set as well. That nervy 10-point tiebreak if the match needs it.
Out. 15-all.
So the venue then, Rubber Market, close by to the River Saar. As I said, it's just grown and grown, this event, each year. The stands, not so busy at the moment, but I'm sure we'll fill up as we go through these quarterfinal matches this afternoon.
Nutzt sie die Netzkante.
The venue then also hosts to the German Beach Tennis Championships all week here, as well as the Sand Series Classic for the professional players. So they are host to a lot of players here this week. It's no small gig, that's for sure. 400 plus players attending the German Beach Tennis Championships. All the ages are involved. It's a real celebration of the sport here this week in Saarlouis. Not far from the French border, just a few miles west. But as you'll see, we're not in the usual type of venue that we might see at a beach tennis event. We're not strictly on the beach. That's what makes this event so special for the players. It's nice to come into this market town and play in a slightly different setting.
Es geht den Punkt bei diesem Einstand. Wer macht hier die 2:1 Führung? Entweder die beiden Weltmeisterinnen im
The first sudden death juice of the match. Who can hold their nerve for this one and give themselves a 2-1 lead.
Oder eben die Vize-Weltmeisterin Costa Rail und Casadei.
Oh my goodness, what a point! And it's the fifth seeds that take it and break straight back. 3 straight breaks here on center court. That rally just kept on going on and on. The reflexes were out of this world from all 4 players. And eventually it's the younger pair to take it, Cassidy and Costa. Just incredible how they stuck with the top seeds there. They didn't overplay any shot, and then there, even that, it was just a block, but perfectly situated away from Rafael and Mila. And they break straight back. Really impressive stuff.
Das Team, das es zu schlagen gilt auf allen Turnieren der Welt. Sie sind die Weltmeister der letzten beiden Jahre, Diaz und Miller. Und Miller hat hier ja schon zweimal gewonnen. Gleich die Eröffnung, das erste Jahr 2017, gemeinsam damals noch mit Cortez, ihrer brasilianischen. Und Nobile im Finale unterlegen.
So the reigning world champions then, with some work to do to get back on track in this first set. Cassidy to have her first service game. Costa just sailing along with that backhand sort of reach it was in the end. Great shot from Diaz, as Venezuelan. It's all about getting your opponents off balance. That's the ultimate aim of what these guys are trying to do. Boom. Or just go straight through them, as Veronica Castadet, the Italian, has done there. Gone straight through Diaz. Nothing she could do there to get that one back. It's a beautiful setting here in Saarlouis. So lovely for the players. They all love coming here. It's, as I said, it's such a different venue from the likes of Reunion Island, from Brasilia, where they're surrounded by the national stadium, only a few feet away from the beach tennis courts. Oh, the audacity from Costa. That's an absolute joke.
Ganz starkes Spiel auf beiden Seiten.
Have a look at this.
Dame aus Venezuela und die Dame
Boosh.
aus Brasilien. Miller und Diaz.
The strength needed just to block that one back. The control was top notch there. Really positive signs from the 20-year-old so far. Not fazed by any of this. not that occasion.
Schon druckvoll
Miller and Diaz showing their class,
Miller vollendet.
just dominating the net there, especially the middle of the net. You can see them, anything that goes middle, they're on. Perfect placement for Miller just to come down on and put away that smash. Break points then for a 4th straight break.
Gegen Diaz Miller.
Schwer zu nehmen.
Zugelassen.
Und somit machen wir mit 2:2 weiter. Wir schauen mal ganz kurz.
Costa with the rainbow shot attempt. Have a look here on the replay. Goes in on the backhand, but then tries to come over it with the forehand and not quite managing it. Just a touch late getting there, I think. She'll be disappointed with that because she played such a great game. The block in the middle of that point a couple of points ago to keep themselves in the game. Time to regroup again then for the younger pairing. Back on serve in this first set. So the first of 2 quarterfinals coming up. Next match will be the first of the men's quarterfinals here at the Saarlouis Classic. Just before this one, we saw a fabulous round 2 match in the men's event. Nikita Burmakin and Tommaso Giovannini coming through. A tight 2-setter, actually. They will be pleased to get through that one and make it through to the quarterfinals a little bit later on, and we'll keep you up to date with what's going on around the grounds on other courts, as this one is alongside a few other quarterfinals taking place on courts 2 and 3. Look at the angle from Costa. Really, really nice. Able to cut it down there. Look at just their diagonal movement there. Just to cut off as much as she could. Really clever play. Saw the gap, went for it, paid off. Again, Costa continuing to impress here on center court.
Sand Series Saarlouis Classic.
Yet more break points. It's nice from Diaz. Just pushing Cassidy back, creating that space up at the forecourt, and then putting that drop shot perfectly in there. Too good. Slight miscommunication there between Cassidy and Costa. They'll know who is taking middle. I think that was just one that they messed up on. It's caught the line, I believe, and yeah, another break here on center court. Cassidy again going to the body of Diaz, paying off that shot. Happened a few times over the last few games, and Diaz just not able to get out the way of that. So really impressive start here from the younger pairing, able to get back on top. They lead by 3-2 over the world #1 pairing. Back round to Costa then, serving here at a 3-2 lead. They'll really want to cement this break that they've managed to regain. Nothing worse than putting in all that hard work and then not being able to capitalise. Yeah, just the apology there, clipping the top of the net. Just that one there. Good vision from Castellet to see there was that touch of space back behind Diaz. Or was it Mila, I think, on the right?
In die Schnittstelle gespielt von Miller.
Nice seconds from Mila there, just able to get to that ball just before it dipped too much. Able to play that fairly high, just above the top of the net. Just takes away that time from Costa and Cassidy. That's a joke from Mile. Pinpoint perfection.
Starkes Spiel weiterhin hier bei uns.
They're not giving up this game just yet.
Center Court der Hülo Arena.
Neither pairing making it easy for the servers to hold in this match so far. I don't really think it's been a matter of poor serving. I think there's only been a couple of faults on the serve. It's really been dominant play from the returners, able to assert themselves early on in the rally. Yeah, that's nice. Castellet all over that, making sure she had her forehand in play there. Great footwork, great agility to get around it in. Didn't want to get that rally back on level terms. They were up from the serve, really good from Costa getting them up after that. Boom. And there we go. Top stuff.
Oh. Ganz starkes Spiel auf dem Center Court. Auch wenn der Ball jetzt
huge burst of energy from Diaz at the end. Just really pumped to be able to get that point. They're stuck in there so well. Mila on the floor halfway through the middle of that point. Putting their bodies on the line already here. Only midway through the first set, but you can really feel the energy and the intensity they're currently playing at. Beautiful day here. It's in Saarlouis. Mila catching Cassidy with the body shot on that occasion.
3-3 auf dem Center Court.
The world number ones asserting some dominance in that rally to create another break here on center court.
So first set for Chimati and Gushti on court number 3.
As you heard the announcer just saying there, first set
6 games to 3
on court 3 finished up. Sofia Cimazzi, Greta Giusti taking the first set 6-3 over their compatriots Giulia Trippa and Elena Francesconi. So first set over on court 3 for the Italian pairing of Cimatti and Giusti. Court 2, Flaminia Dina, Nicole Nobile, the number 3 seeds in the women's event. They lead by 4 games to 2 over Mer Bray and Marcela Vita of Brazil.
Out. Last 30.
And the final quarter-final of the women's event on court 4 currently. The Brazilian pairing of Sofia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini, the number 2 seeds here this week in Saarlouis. Really, really showing their dominance over Spaniard Eva Palos Fernandez and Raquel Lot of Brazil. An uncharacteristic error for Mila there, just again trying to cut the ball off early, but just snatched at it a touch. Maybe wasn't quite as quick as she thought she was getting up to that. So she'll be disappointed with that to present another 2 break points. And have they broken? Yeah, that's another break. Cassidy and Costa go up into this changeover, 4 games to 3 in the lead then over the world number 1s. The reigning world champions not quite finding their form as of yet here on centre court. Can they regain some sort of momentum going into the next changeover? But for now, it's the 5th seeds that lead, 4 games to 3. Cassidy Costa serving at 4-3. Still searching for their first hold of this first set.
15 now.
They'll be really looking to just put some points together, string them together. Being able to gain some momentum on this service game is so important, just to give themselves a lead. Give themselves a look at trying to hold here. So important. Good start. 15 love up. Oh dear. That's one she'll want to put behind her straight away. God, so rare you see a miss hit off their rackets, these guys. They're just so tuned into what they're doing. It's not often you see that. So, one to forget for Cassidy. 15-0. So far, Cassidy Costa just beating the top seeds at that touch game. Every point we've seen that's happened, Costa and Cassidy being able to get the better of their opponents. Perhaps just seeing it a little better so far in this first set. Cassidy all over the place. Just covering every inch of the court. Great movement up to that one. Great reflexes there, and just forcing Mile there with the mistake. Possibly just rushing her a little bit. After missing that first serve. Second point of this game. Cassidy's been on it. And yeah, no wonder she's pumped with that one. First break, first hold of this set. They've got to be so pumped with that. Finally getting over the line in their service game and giving themselves a really, really strong lead here at 5-3. They'll really be fancying their chances in this service game with Diaz and Mila. They haven't been able to really hold their own on their serve, Diaz and Mila. So the Italian Spanish pairing will be really looking to take this first set, their first set on this court.
Now 15.
Cassidy Costa yet to lose a set this tournament. First round coming through. Oh, that's just gone wide. First set coming through against the Brazilian pairing of Bernardo Zamora 6-1, 6-1. And then in round two, again over an Italian pairing, 6-love, 6-3 against Daina and Musetti. So they're really feeling positive, I feel. Why wouldn't they be if they're coming through first two rounds of Sand Series event that comfortably? They've got to be feeling good coming into this match, and that's what we've seen so far. Really, really confident play from Costa and Cassidy, really taking it to the world #1s and reigning world champions. Diaz looking to see what she can do to make them serve it out. She couldn't believe that she's put that one long. Costa. Just a touch too casual, just putting a little bit too much on that. Still on the feet as well there. Didn't quite move up to it as well as she has done already this first set.
Also jetzt erstmal die Möglichkeit für Diaz und Miller hier wieder zu verkürzen auf 4:5. Zwei Chancen.
Just going for a little too much again on that shot. Wasn't quite the shot that I think she would have done if she had that one back. On that occasion, moving her feet extremely quick up to that. I think putting the rainbow into action, yeah, has gone on the backhand side and then just come over it to get that top spin and take away time from Mila and Diaz there. Yeah, and Costa's just saying to Cassidy, they're right here, right now. This is the point we want. We don't want to have to serve this out. We want to be serving first in the second set. And two right. Set points then. And as that serve goes wide from Diaz, it's Costa and Cassidy who take the first set here against the world #1s, the top seeds here in Saarlouis. And do we have an upset on the cards in this first quarterfinal on centre court? As Nicola Gianotti, the #1 seed, watches on there with the towel on his head, catching some sun before his quarterfinal later today. He'll be hoping that the same upset doesn't happen to him later on today. So, not quite the set that we were potentially thinking we might have. Really interesting. But credit to Costa and Cassidy, really taking it to the #1 seeds. Able to come over the troubles of not being able to hold in those first few games, figuring out a way to get over the line. But ultimately they were the more attacking, and in those tiki-taka plays just by the net, where they're just putting it over the net to try and get some sort of high ball back. That play actually really paid off for them in the end. So really strong from them, and they'll look to have a strong start in the second set here. First set to the #5 seeds.
Won the first.
So Costa serving to get us underway here in this second set after a very, very strong performance in the first from the #5 seeds.
Also haben sich einiges vorgenommen, die beiden Weltmeisterinnen.
I think Diaz and Mila will just be wanting to try and take some more asserting sort of plays on their opponents, rather. Oh, that's outrageous from Costa. The angle there is just delightful, and then following it up with that smash. It's so good to see from the 20-year-old. The Spaniard is just really sort of, at the moment, showing everyone else how it's done. It's really, really impressive. And I think a case of the commentator's curse there as she hits that one in the net, and it presents a break point here for the #1 seeds, and they'll really be looking to take this break. I mean, they won't want to be going any games down in this second set, having lost the first in that fashion. Yeah, and they'll be really pleased with that.
Also, da sind die Bälle ab und zu nicht rübergegangen, haben sie diese Netzkante auf der anderen Seite oder auf der eigenen Seite nur berührt. 1:0 für Diaz und Miller.
Will it be another set of breaks? And you know that's the sort of fashion that the first set was. I mean, it was just break after break. And I think Diaz and Mila will just want to be trying to support that server. As the server's partner, they just want to be doing as much as they can to help cover that return, whether that's the opponent's going angle, whether that's putting up a lob. They just want to be covering the court a little bit better.
auch noch die Players Night stattfinden.
Just make themselves as big as possible as Mila gets ready to serve here. Diaz, we know she's not a tall player. She's not that sort of player. Excuse me, it's Diaz to serve. Mila, on the other hand, she's tall. She's got a long whip span for her arms. You know, she's able to cover the court well. As Diaz serves, she'll want to be moving that split step forward and just asserting some dominance over the pairing in front of the net for her. Let's see if she's able to do that. Clever lob from Cassidy. Diaz certainly the one to look to lob. Don't want to be trying to lob Mila at over 6 foot tall. They have escaped that one, has Diaz and Mila always defending in that point. That's the thing, I think Cassidy and Costa have just been dominating each point. They are the ones that have been moving their opponents around. It's sort of been on their terms. And Diaz and Mila will really want to look to shift that as this set continues.
Starker Lob dort von Costa Grael.
Costa with a lob to perfection there. God, didn't have much room to play with there. She's right on top of the net, but that ball got so low, and that's sort of the only option she had apart from that cross-court drop shot. But Diaz not having it covered.
Gelingt das Rebreak hier für die beiden.
Just a bit of communication lacking from Diaz and Mila, not knowing who's covering that middle. So important to know. But you can't fault the placement from Costa, knowing where her opponents might slip up.
Druckvoll und stark das Spiel von Diaz und Miller. Über den Einstand. Wer macht den Punkt? 2-0 oder 1-1?
Gegen Diaz Miller.
Just catch the net. I thought that was going to dribble over, but it didn't. And Diaz and Mila hold to take a 2-love lead, and they will be ecstatic with that because they were on the ropes there in that game. 2 break points down. It was looking as if the trend was just going to continue and it was going to be yet another break, but the world number ones hold, and they will be really pumped with that for sure. I think they did get a bit lucky, if I'm honest. I mean, I don't think they earned that hold as much as perhaps Cassidy and Costa have earned their holds. Oh my goodness. Oh, Costa so nearly making that defensive shot. As her back's covered in sand. Blimey, that was a real effort to try and make that, and thank God we're playing on sand and not the concrete that this market is normally covered in. Thank God. Yeah, she's found the gap, Diaz. Whiskers inside the line. That forehand volley. Really, really good. And you can sense the momentum starting to shift, if not already. Diaz and Miller just showing their true colours here and really fighting back well. Oh, she's just missed it. Miller. Again, an uncharacteristic miss from her. I mean, didn't have to do too much there. There was a bit of space on the left-hand side of Casadei's half of the court. Miller will be disappointed with that one. Wide from Costa, and it brings up a couple more break points for the reigning world champions. It's just amazing how quick these things turn, you know. The first set 6-3 to Casadei Costa, and then all of a sudden we're a double break up nearly for Diaz and Miller. So tough on the number 5 seeds. Costa keeping her pairing in this game. And I just don't think they've done a whole lot too wrong in this set. You know, they're down a break and potentially 2 breaks if this point doesn't go their way. But I think Diaz and Miller have done well. That they have up to their level a touch. There's no doubt about it. Oh, a return from the gods from Miller. She has found that out of nowhere. She really has been performing to the level she usually does, but she has found that return at simply a no better, and there's just no better time to do it. The number 1 seeds then. Leading by a double break here in the second set, having lost the first. So is the championship tiebreak, the dreaded championship tiebreak for the players, but of course the fans love it. Is that the inevitable outcome? We shall see.
And on court number 4 games to 3 for Sophia Shaw and Victoria Marchesini.
Oh, a bit of luck there from Casadei. Just hitting the top of the net and going over Diaz.
Setzt sie da noch auf die Linie. Patricia Diaz.
30.
Ja, weiterhin noch zwei Möglichkeiten für Miller und Diaz hier.
Pretty routine from Diaz missing that one, not
in diesem zweiten Durchgang.
the usual type of miss we might see that potentially presents a slightly more difficult shot. Nonetheless, despite that fault, another game point, and of course at the same time it's a break point. Can Cassidy Costa get themselves back in this second set then?
Out.
They can indeed.
Ein 3:1.
The Italian and Spaniard are back in this set, clinching that break from Mile. Not by far in the end, but I don't think Mile needed to go for that good a shot. I think the pressure really was on Cassidy and Costa there. You know, they were the ones trying to get back into this set, and Mile sort of gifted that opportunity to them. Costa then serving at 1-3. There's one of our line umpires. A couple of line umpires on each end of the court, just calling those lines at the baseline. Very tough for the umpire to call that baseline, just not quite in the right position from his mid-court point. But of course, the umpire has the ability to overrule if he feels like there's been a fault from the umpires.
Ja, jetzt wieder auf der anderen Seite die 4 Möglichkeiten, um hier auf 2:3 zu verkürzen.
Solid service game so far from Costa. Cassidy just try and back up that break earlier on. Oh yeah, that's nice from Mile. That's really nice. A really well situated lob. Costa obviously a left-hander. That lob just put over the backhand side of Costa, making it so tough for her to even get at that. Even if she was, I mean, puts Miller and Diaz in the perfect situation for the next shot.
Einstand von 40-0 und jetzt brauchen wir nochmal das Publikum hier. Auf geht's. Klatscht ein bisschen in die Hände. Gibt das ein 3-2 oder ein 4-1? Wir wollen ja noch ein bisschen Beachtennis sehen.
Diaz urging Miller to try and get up to that one, but ultimately didn't quite get over the net from Cassidy. Another break point then for the world number ones. Quality. Top quality stuff from the 5th seeds here in Saarlouis. Cassidy and Costa are putting themselves back in reach here in this second set on centre court. That block from Costa, we've seen it a couple of times already. It's really a strong shot from the young Spaniard. Really impressive stuff. And as we have a little look onto the other courts happening around this Gobo market here in downtown Saarlouis. Brazilian number 2 seed Sofia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini serving for the match to take themselves into yet another Sand Series semi-final. They've been around for so many years and have been doing so well. Vittoria Marchesini, of course, only very young still, but that pairing really are continuing to shine.
durchaus in den Match-Tiebreak gehen.
On court 3, Cimatti and Giusti continuing well, but actually I've just seen that they're a break down in that second set to their fellow Italians Francesconi and Trippa. So they're 5-3 down and a set up. So that one still very much unknown who will get through on court 3. And court 2, a really dominant performance from Flaminia Diner and Nicole Nobile. 6-2, 5-1 up, really close to asserting their place in the semi-finals. But back on centre court, it's Diaz and Mila, still with a break in this second set, leading by 3 games to 2. Diaz to serve from the far end. Well closed from Costa. That a point brings back memories of the first set where they just were playing with such positivity, such dominance, asserting their play, their presence over the net, closing the net down really well there, Costa. Just long, Mila. Cassidy continuing to pump herself up. She knows these opportunities against world champions, legends of beach tennis, just don't come that often. So when you're set up and with opportunities to get back level in the second set, you know you've got to take full advantage of these opportunities when potentially your opponents aren't playing at their usual top level. Great close from Diaz, taking no prisoners on that occasion. Just see the athleticism from Diaz. That's such a strong part of her game. She's not tall. She's not one of the bigger players, so she has to be able to move so well around the sand, and she does that just so well. I mean, the reflex from Cassidy are out of this world, but not quite enough to get Mila off balance. Unfortunately, just went straight back to the racket of Mila, who's able to put Costa even more off balance. And on that occasion, the block not going to plan. Diaz never one to back down.
Den 3:3 Ausgleich zu machen, während auf Platz Nummer 3 der Match-Tiebreak angesagt ist. Cimatti muss in den Match-Tiebreak
Diaz, of course, not only a beach tennis professional, she was, of course, a former pro tennis player. As Diaz just goes long with that one.
Ja, wir haben es 3:3. Es ist absolut wieder alles offen. Sie sind zurückgekehrt. Veronica Cassidy und
Cassidy and Costa. A back level. Who would have thought? 3-love down in this second set. Momentum shift after that first set win. Things were not looking good. It was looking as if the world number ones were doing what they've been seen to do so many times and come back when it hasn't been going their way. But Cassidy and Costa have put a stop to that. So great to see. They're back level, 3 games all. Beautiful from Mile. Was not phased at all in that point. She got pulled short, got pushed deep, just kept her base really strong. Cassidy disappointed, felt that she could have done more in that rally. As I was saying about Diaz, such a fierce competitor. Whatever is thrown at her, she seems to find a way just to you know, push it off. She can handle simply anything when it comes to the sports pitch or court.
Genau. Geht da noch hinein.
Got to a career high as a junior tennis player on the ITF tennis tour of around 1,000. So a really strong tennis player as well, of course, as her sights shifted to beach tennis. And not only is she a prominent figure in the sporting world, but a real entrepreneur too. Recently partnered with a Silicon Valley executive in Stanford MBA to launch a business targeted to bringing beach tennis players and the sport of beach tennis to a much larger global audience. So she really feels strongly about the sport. She has so much passion invested. She's put so much of her own time in, you know, into the sport. So she really wants to see the rewards of that pay off. So she's doing all she can from a business point of view to grow the sport. So what a role model to have for these younger players coming up against her. Oh my goodness, and one of these younger players is Ariadna Costa, and she was all over the court on that occasion. Taking the middle really well, not letting her opponents defeat her and her partner down the middle. That is one area where they have improved throughout the match. A couple of times earlier on in the first set, both pairings just getting done down the middle. Perhaps a lack of communication, but they've really sorted that out. And Cassidy and Costa continuing to work this out, and they have points for a 4-3 lead. Great movement from Mile. Push back. Did really well to get back to that quickly as the fans watch on. The stands really have started to fill out here in Saarlouis. I believe on the right hand side of our picture, that's where most of the fans are, just to get out of that hot sun glowing down on Saarlouis. I don't blame them. Oh, yes, please. Costa with the put-away smash. And that was not an easy smash, let me tell you. She had to retreat to get back for that one. And she dealt with that superbly. Cassidy on cue to cover if that was made by Diaz. But the fifth seeds are on track for a seriously impressive upset here on centre court. The defending champions are in real trouble here. So it's Cassidy Costa who lead by 4-3 and a set to the good.
Ja, mittlerweile auf Platz Nummer 4 das Spiel von Vittoria Marchesini und so. We still have the match tiebreak on court number 3 with Francesconi, Trippa, Cimati and Gusti.
Some news to bring you from Court 4. Sofia Chow, Vittoria Marchesini, the number 2 seeds here in Saarlouis, are through to the semi-finals. A 6-1, 6-4 victory over Fernandez and Lotti. Always going to be a tough one for Fernandez and Lotti there. Chow and Marchesini just so established in this Sand Series calendar. So a tough draw for them. They'll be through to the semi-finals. But all eyes here on centre court in the Grober market. Cassidy and Costa having a real look at Mile's serve here.
15-30.
You do wonder if Cassidy and Costa, if they'll ever start to feel some sort of nerves out here. It just hasn't looked like they've been too nervy, but as the finishing point draws closer, will they start to feel any nerves? I do wonder. Diaz with the acrobatics, but it's just not enough, and it continues to not be enough. Trying to up their level, the number 1 seeds, but Costa and Cassidy are all over the court. Staying really steady throughout that point, never going for too much, always seemed within reach what they were trying to achieve there. And they've got break points for a 5-3 lead, and they've done it. Yes. As Nicola Gianotti, you can see there, leaves the stands, possibly to get ready for his match, because he knows that Cassidy and Costa are well close now to what would be a really, really impressive upset here in Saarlouis. Of course, it would be Cassidy's and Costa's first semi-final. At the Saarlouis Classic in their history. How pumped would they be? 15 love to the good here. Oh, she's made it! Still continuing to assert their position over the net. They are not giving any breathing room for Diaz and Mile. Just so almost suffocating to the number 1 seeds. And with that, it brings up 4 straight match points for the number 5 seeds, Cassidy and Costa over Diaz and Mile. And they will have to wait a few more seconds as that nets from Cassidy. I mean, you wouldn't write anything off. You wouldn't want to do that to Diaz and Mile. They're number 1 seeds. You know, they've achieved so much, but surely they can't get out of this one. And there it is, disappointment for Diaz and Mile. They'll be really saddened with their performance here on centre court, especially after 2 such good rounds. They'll be sad to leave Saarlouis, but all eyes on the number 5 seeds here. What a performance from Ariadne Costa. simply unforgettable from the 20-year-old. And Veronica Cassidy put in another really solid performance. And it's, as a pairing, as a duo, they're just working so well together. And they've taken out the reigning world champions, the defending Saarlouis Classic champions, for a spot in the semi-finals tomorrow. Diaz and Millet putting everything into that performance, but not quite enough. Let's hear from the winners through to the semi-finals of the Saarlouis Classic 2024.
All 4 matches are finished now, and Casadei, Costa Grael won their match against Diaz Miller 6-3, 6-3. On court number 2, Francesconi Trippa won their match against Cimati and Giusti.
On English for ITF, Veronica Casadei, Ariadna Costa, semi-finalists here in Saarlouis. Vero, how are you feeling after this victory, important victory, your first victory against Rafi Patti?
Yes, I'm very happy. It's my first time that I win against them, and the first time for my partner too. So we are very happy. We knew it was, of course, a very difficult match, but I think this thing that we never won against them gave us a plus to give our 300% in the court. So we are very happy.
That's it. E é isso, a mãe.
Just amazing. Their first win over the top seeds, Millet and Diaz, just shows how significant that win is for the number 5 seeds. What a milestone to get over. They certainly won't forget this day in a jiffy. Ecstatic times for these two as they leap into the semi-finals tomorrow. Other quarterfinals then, the 3 other matches around the venue have culminated. So of course it's a 6-3, 6-3, convincing in the end for Cassidy and Costa over the defending champions. They are now out and will have to leave Saarlouis until next year. Francesconi and Giulia Trippa then, the Italians, getting the win over the number 4 seeds, Cimati and Giusti, in a match tiebreak, 3-6, 6-3, 10-3. Another upset. It really is a tale of upsets so far on quarterfinals day. But back to normal proceedings on court 2. It's the number 3 seeds Flaminia Diner and Nicole Nobile with the win, 6-2, 6-3 over Bray and Vita. And finally on court 4, it's the number 2 seed Sofia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini with a 6-1, 6-4 victory over the Spanish and Brazilian duo of Fernandez and Raquel. So then looking forward to the semi-finals in the women's event, it's Cassidy and Costa who will play Daina and Nobile in the first semi-final. And looking down the order of play to the second semi-final, it's our second seed Sofia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini who will face Francesconi and Trippa, who upsets the number 4 seeds Cimati and Giusti. What an exciting lineup. It's not the one we were expecting, that's for sure, but nonetheless, how exciting for these young guns to be able to produce on the big stage in these big moments against world champions, against reigning champions. It really is a sight to see. And the Saarlouis Classic is certainly not disappointing so far in 2024. I've been Alex Hyman. Thanks so much for joining me for this quarter-final on centre court here in Saarlouis. We'll be back in a few minutes for the quarter-finals of the men's event. See you soon.
Nummer 9 der Weltrangliste, gelistete Litauer Maximilians Niklas Andersons mit seinem Partner, der auf Weltranglistenplatz 5 stehende Anthony Miguel Ramos.
Okay, folks, welcome back to Saarlouis. Boy, am I excited for this next match. What a matchup we have. It's the first quarterfinal of the men's event of the Sand Series Saarlouis. The number 4 seeds, Maximilians Niklas Anderson of Latvia and Antonio Miguel Ramos Vieira of Spain, take on the number 5 seeds of Brazil, Leonardo Garacino Branco and Alan Oliveira. All eyes are really on this centre court and this venue in Saarlouis, in downtown Saarlouis on the Grubber Market. Brand new venue for this year given the growing nature of this event. It's so exciting to be here. The 5th Sand Series event of the 2024 beach tennis calendar hits the quarterfinal stages and we're about to get underway here on centre court.
Und im weiß-blauen Jersey Alan Oliveira, die Positionen 11 und 10 der Weltrangliste. Wir freuen uns auf ein tolles Match hier auf dem Center Court.
What a fantastic day we've had so far, and this match is to culminate today's play on centre court of the Sand Series event. Of course, the beach tennis German championships taking place here this week, but for now, all eyes on the Sand Series, on the pro players on the circuit.
Oh.
And just a few moments ago on this very court, we saw the number 1 seeds of the women's event, Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller, got beaten by Veronica Casadei and Ariadna Costa of Italy and Spain. 6-3, 6-3 in dominant fashion. It really was inspiring to see such a young pairing take to the court with such confidence and assert their game on Diaz and Miller, who are not only the defending champions here, but they're the reigning world champions. And so it does show that this court potentially has some upsets that can occur.
13-15.
Of course, this match we're looking at 2 very similar pairings for the number 4 seeds and the number 5 seeds taken to the court. So, to be honest, whoever wins, I don't think it's going to be a massive upset just because of their level being so close together. They're all having to be honest, a really good year in terms of their careers, in their personal careers. So I'm sure we're in for a real classic Sand Series quarterfinal. Oh my god, and we aren't hanging around for these hot shots. I mean, we're barely into the first game and he's just come up with an outrageous reflex volley as Andersons of Latvia serving. The big tall Latvian, left-handed of course. We've seen that cause so many issues for opponents over the years. It's just such a big serve, so much speed, so much racket head speed he can create. And a solid start then for the number 4 seeds. Nice to get that first hold under your belt. As we see Branco and Oliveira there. As I was saying for Diaz earlier today, both coming over from the Pro Tennis Tour on the ITF, switching lanes, giving a shot at beach tennis, and boy, has it paid off for them. Both dominant players on the ITF Beach Tennis World Tour. Another lefty, Branko getting us underway.
15 off.
Vamos, Mamacito.
You can already see how different the men's game is to the women's game. Slightly shorter points, but by no means less exciting. The power on display is really, really formidable, to be honest with you. Branko and Oliveira really are a pair that look to try and dominate. They certainly won't want to be defending too much. As you can see there, Oliveira just pouncing to the middle of the net, where you certainly want to take charge of. You want to try and be the player that makes sure you're the one taking those shots as opposed to defending those shots. That's how Branko and Oliveira will want to play this match against the tall Latvian and Ramos Vieira. Branko's such a lovely motion on the serve. The fundamentals are so there for him. However, a strong returning game from Andersons and Ramos here. Cries of Vamos from Branko and Oliveira, pumped with that one.
40-30.
No one wants to go a breakdown early on in the first set. I'm sure that won't be the last cry of Vamos we'll hear this evening.
Oliveira. One game on.
So the number 5 seeds get themselves on the board with that hold. One game more in this first set. As I said, having a good year so far, the number 5 seeds, Branko and Oliveira. Branko, 22 years old, 11 titles to date. Not someone who tends to stick with one partner throughout the year. Tends to chop and change a little bit throughout, but has been with Oliveira for a few tournaments leading up to this event here in Saarlouis. And recently in June, had a very good result against top seeds Gianotti and Spoto. As Branko goes to the body on that one. Such a good play, especially at the speed that these balls are coming in at. Like on that one, for example, there's no way Anderson has time to move his feet, so he's got to just try and alter his upper body to try and get out of the way of that one. But proving too good from Branko on this occasion.
Oh!
30-15.
But yes, Branko and Oliveira taking Gianotti and Spoto to 3 sets in the BT 400 Arecibo event in Puerto Rico in June. So they've had some very good, solid results coming into this one. So I would have no questions if they felt like they were in tip-top form coming into this quarterfinal, especially having 2 solid matches.
14-15.
And Alan Oliveira, the 29-year-old Brazilian, currently at a ranking of 10 with a career high of 6 back in 2022. Really had a good couple of years back in 2020 and 2021. Branco with the touch there, just inching it away from Ramos, who's slightly limping up after that one, which looks a tad worrying. Hopefully that's nothing too serious, but seems to be struggling in the corner here, just taking a moment. Let's hope he can shake that off, but good from Branco. So important to see the space nice and early. Anticipating where your opponents are going to be, where your shot's going to go, and where to move to. It's all part of this magnificent game. So the umpire playing nice so far. Potentially could have given Ramos a time violation there, but with that, a beautiful cross from Branco. Saw that shot from Ramos pop up and he was there to pounce. First break point then of this first set. And they're taking full advantage of that slight hiccup from Ramos and that niggle. It didn't look good halfway through that game of him pull up there, and it looked like a hamstring or calf or something. His left leg. But Branco and Oliveira, the 5th seeds, with a break in this first set, they lead 2-1.
Ja, es war vorauszusehen, dass das hier auf jeden Fall ein spannendes Spiel
I believe it will be Alan Oliveira to get his first service game on the board as they go into this 2-1 up with a break. They'll be really pleased with this start.
And
you've got to always love a partnership with a lefty and a righty. It just poses a different sort of question for their opponents. Of course, themselves, Andersons and Ramos Vieira are a lefty and a righty partnership, but it's not often that they would come up against the same type of partnership that they are. Yeah, and that should be put away, as is by Oliveira.
30 love.
Residing in Sao Paulo is Oliveira.
Aktuell das brasilianische
So often you
Duo
see
hier
these
am
top
Drücker.
players, if they're not already Brazilian, moving over to really the home of beach tennis. I mean, it's so big over there.
Ganz stark gespielt.
Anderson's
Mit dem
making
Abschluss.
full use of
Durch
his
Andersons.
height there to get over that one. Snapping that smash down through the middle. Perfect placement, as always, from the big Latvian. Oliveira only started playing beach tennis through an invite from some friends back in 2016. Said, come down to the beach, play some beach tennis. Was formerly a pro tennis player on the ITF circuit. Idol as Federer. Went down, and here he is now playing on the world stage of beach tennis. As we see with so many of these players, having played some sort of racket sport before, often tennis, take the transition over to beach tennis, and they see so many. They have so much reward from doing that because their movement it really is translated from the tennis court to the beach tennis court, and their hand skills so transferable. It's just so important to have those soft hands in beach tennis. Is that sails long from Anderson's,
Oliveira.
and the Brazilians
Oliveira leading by 3 games to 1. Also 3:1.
lead by
Hier
3
für die
games to
beiden
1 after
Brasilianer,
reasserting.
die aktuell keine Fehler machen, stark
Reinserting
und
their
druckvoll
lead.
spielen. Und damit kann man aus Litauen und den Spanier hier unter Druck setzen. Holt. Now 15.
Maximilian's, Niklas Anderson's, the big Latvian you can see serving at the moment, 30 years of age. Currently at a ranking of 9 in the world. Made it up to number 8 back in 2023. Having a really solid season. Hasn't played all too much compared to the other players. Won 15 matches, lost 7. But it's certainly a solid first half of the year. Still searching for his first title of 2024, but has 34 career titles to his name. So he's been here and done it. Oh, too good from Branco and Oliveira.
Ja, kein Mittel zu finden.
Moving Ramos
Momentan
all over the place
die
and
beiden
eventually
Brasilianer.
making him fall over. Just didn't know where they were going, just couldn't anticipate. Yeah, and Anderson shrugs his shoulders and say, what can we do about that? Simply too good from the Brazilians right now. 3 more break points for a 4-1 lead.
Sí.
15-14.
Great close from Oliveira. Pouncing at the opportunity to close that one down. Just dropped short from Anderson's. And he points at his partner to say, thanks for setting me up, mate. And they are starting to get hold of an unassailable lead here in this first set. The number 5 seeds take a 4-1 lead here on centre court in Saarlouis.
Gespielt gehabt, dem Brasilianer. Dieses Jahr haben sich getrennt, nicht gemeinsam.
Anderson's one of very few Latvians to be within the world's top few hundred of beach tennis players. He really is paving the way in his country for beach tennis and inspiring, you know, the next generation to take part and to dedicate their life to the sport. He's the only Latvian in the top 100 at the moment. He really is a powering figure on the court. His combination of the lefty serve and his incredible movement, being such a big guy but being able to move around the court so well, really is a formidable force. Just the 2 ITF events on the ITF Beach Tennis World Tour calendar taking place in Latvia, so he doesn't have too many home events to take part in, but he really does make the most of it when they do. I'm sure the Latvian Federation will hope for more in the future as this sport continues to grow. Let's not forget, it's the world's fastest growing beach sport we have right now. It's really good to see year on year just the growth we see. More players, more events, more prize money for these guys. These Sand Series events, most of them with a pot prize money of $50,000. Of course, the year-end finals up to $75,000, which is great to see.
59.
And a Spaniard on our screen, 30 years of age, ranking number 5, but of course has been up at that pinnacle of the sport at number 1 in the world back in 2019. He first reached that. Again, Branko taking the middle of the court. That's all his right now. Pinged straight into the sand, giving Andersons and Ramos no chance of retrieving. But getting a taste of their own medicine on that
40-15.
point from Ramos. And Anderson's really good, creating the space by going back behind Branco, and then Anderson's there to follow up. That was nice. Be good to see a little bit more of that. Just starting to figure out these points a little better, working themselves in it. And there's the body one we've seen time and time again today, whether that was the women earlier on with Mila and Diaz, and Castaday and Costa used that so well in their upset over the #1 seeds earlier on today in their quarterfinal. If they got any balls up above the height of the net, just going to the body, making it so tough for their opponent to get out of the way of it.
Sorry. Use deciding point.
Oliveira and Branco. God, they did well to win that point.
Oliveira leading by 5-2.
Branco pushed back behind, did well to get them back into that point. And then we see the pump yet again. We've seen it. Pretty much most points they've won this game. It's really a key thing to be aware of, and when you play beach tennis, you want to get the energy going, and to do that, getting some vocals going with your partner, getting the commands going, so important. And they're doing that really well as they take a 5-2 lead here in this first set.
Love 15.
Andersons and Ramos They won't be giving up on this first set, but they will certainly want to get some momentum going if they were to lose this. I don't know, for example, 6-2. It's the way, that's the way it's looking to go right now. They'll want to get a few points in this game just to get some momentum going into the second set. We know that Branco and Oliveira are such good front runners. You know, when they get on top, they just keep on going. They keep on winning points. Earlier today in their second round match, getting the double bagel over Andrade Sousa of Portugal and Joeri Ertner of the Netherlands. 6-love, 6-love in 45 minutes. Done and dusted. Thanks for coming, they said. So they are really feeling good today. Good leap from Ramos. Branco not quite getting enough on the lob. But that really is impressive from Branco and Oliveira, not to lose a game in the second round of a Sand Series event, the highest caliber of event on the beach tennis calendar. It really is something else. As that's nice from Ramos. Really nice. Playing short, then going deep.
15-14.
They really thought that through point nicely. Andersons gives the nod of approval and thanks his partner for that one. Oh, nearly on the reflexes from Branco. And that's exactly what the number 4 seeds would have wanted. Just a little bit of momentum, a few points, and they snatched a game back here in this quarterfinal on centre court. And again, they'll want to look to hold here and then just put the pressure back on the number 5 seeds, Branco and Oliveira. They have been the better pair so far this set, but Ramos and Anderson's doing really well to stick in it nonetheless.
Now 15.
Andersons and Ramos Vieira, of course, bagging themselves a bagel earlier on with a 6-4, 6-love victory in round 2 against the Italian Bosco and the Brazilian Porte. Very solid performance from them earlier on today over on court 3. Gasps from the crowd throughout that rally in disbelief of the level we have just seen in that point. I mean, all 4 players showcasing their skills. That leap from Anderson's, and I just can't believe he's made that one. The hand-eye needed for this stuff is incredible, and all 4 players putting on a really, really good level in this quarterfinal. The number 5 seeds just 2 points away then from clinching this first set. The poach from Branco. He's been so good at that today. Just noticing when every inch of opportunity arises, does so well. And also Oliveira backs him up so well. He sees that Branco's going to cross, cuts off the angle of the ball, and then Oliveira covers him on the other side of the court. Really top stuff. Brings up 3 set points. Yeah, and there it is. First set, 5th seeds. Branco and Oliveira are on their way to taking out Ramos Vieira and Andersons. Really solid start for these guys. And while they take a quick rest, let's give you an update on what's happening around the other beach tennis courts here in Grover Market in downtown St. Louis, in downtown Saarlouis. Over on court 2, top seeds Mattia Spotto and Nicola Gianotti. Up a set to the good and a break. 3-2 in that second set over Eduardo Ponzi and Gerard Rodriguez Querol. Over on court 3, Nikita Burmakin and Tommaso Giovannini, who came through a tough second round earlier on today on centre court, are struggling yet again. The Brazilians Giovannini Cariani and Daniel Mola up 6-1, 2-1 with a break in that second set. So Burmakin and Giovannini with work to do. And over on court 4, it's the second seeds Andre Baran and Michele Capelletti up a break in the first set, 6-5. So they're serving for that first set. So some interesting score lines around the grounds here in Saarlouis. But all eyes on centre court for this crowd. Still a few seats to be taken up over on that north stand, but over on the right, pretty packed here to witness what has been a really, really, really good level so far. As our 5th seeds, Leonardo Garicino Branco and Alan Oliveira take the first set by 6-3.
Both second set, Leonardo Rossino Blanc to serve. Now 15. Last 30.
I think fundamentally in this second set, especially at the beginning of this second set, Andersons and Ramos Vieira, it'd be interesting to see it, or even to have heard what they would have had a chat about in between that first and second set at the changeover. But I would imagine that they'll want to tell themselves to just start moving a little bit more at the net, start to make themselves a little bit more of a nuisance for Branco and Oliveira. I don't think there's been enough of that so far this match from them. Ramos Vieira so good up at the net, such good reflexes. such good movement. And maybe just complement each other a bit better. Get Anderson's serve going. Get his big smash in. But then it's up to Ramos to set that up at the net with the short ones he's so often so good at. So that's something they'll look to do. But a good start from them with 2 break points early on in this second set.
30-40.
That's really cheap from Branko, and he'll know that that's a real disappointment for him and his partner. They had a few points there where just let themselves down. Andersons and Ramos fully back in this match, they will feel. I mean, not that they were already out of it, but they wouldn't have been feeling a little bit down after that first set. But Branko and Oliveira gifting the break after that service fault. And it really would be no surprise if this goes the distance here and we culminate the match in a match tiebreak in the third set. Often the case in these latter stages of these Sand Series events. Goes down to the wire. All players just so similar in level, you can't separate them.
Yeah.
Last 15. Last 30.
Definitely has been a trend of today between both the men and the women, really struggling to, once they have managed to get that break, trying to keep hold of that lead has been a real struggle for everyone today.
Last 40.
Interesting choice there from Andersons to go for the forehand. Seemed as if should have been a backhand volley that. I mean, if he had moved his feet a touch better, maybe that's a forehand, but I think that's a bit lazy from the big Latvian there. Three break points for a break straight back for the Brazilian pair. And good positioning from the Brazilians there. I mean, making him feel like there's a space down the line when, I mean, that's a tough serve to make. Branko's there with his backhand. It would be as a lefty. I mean, if it goes in, that's a great serve, but it's a touch risky from Andersons, and he's given the break straight back to the Brazilian pairing. Good body serve from Oliveira. Tucking Andersons up into the body. Not able to do too much there, to be honest. Good serving. Andersons Anderson's ready on that occasion. Did really well to make adjustments after that first point of the
15-0.
of this game. Oliveira opting for the exact same play, but underestimating Anderson's there. He was ready. Fascinating going into the tactics and the minds of these players. I would be really surprised if Oliveira goes back to Anderson's on this serve, but let's see.
30-15.
Lovely change up. Knew that Anderson's was starting to feel a little more comfortable on his serve. Opted for Ramos. Paid off nicely. Notice the positioning of Anderson's and Ramos here. Making sure they're covering the middle of the court. Look, they're both ready for that serve. They want to make Oliveira go to the side. They want to make him take a little bit more risk on that serve. Make him go to the sides. He'll then either miss it, or they'll have that forehand for Anderson's. If the middle, if he goes there. Anderson covers that well. Although, I mean, Branco did get the shot he wanted. Went to the backhand of Anderson's, got the lob that he wanted. Wasn't able to execute it.
Andersons, Ramos here.
Well left, Anderson's Ramos.
Andersons, Ramos here, leading by 2-1.
The number 4 pairing in this 32 draw then. Lead by 2-1.
Love 15. Love 30.
It's a beautiful venue, isn't it? The ability to be able to create this amount of beach tennis courts really is magnificent. The Grubber market then hosts to the beach tennis German championships as well as this Sand Series Saarlouis Classic. Ramos lets his racket go in frustration, gifting another break back. 2 games all. 400 plus players taking it to the courts here in Saarlouis this week. A magnificent staging of such a magnificent tournament. Of course, the Sand Series players coming and traveling from all over the world on their ITF calendar. But players from all around Germany coming here to Saarlouis to see if they can be crowned national champion. And what an inspiration for the German players, from young to old, seeing these pro players take to the courts as well, side by side, where they'll be playing is really a sight to see it, and what a chance for them to be able to compete alongside them. How cool is that? And let's not forget that these players who are top 20 in the world that you know play every Sand Series event there is on the calendar, they're real stars now. I mean, the growth of beach tennis is phenomenal, and they are not only stars on the court, but they've got thousands and thousands of followers on Instagram, and you see them on ads all over the place. They are really paving their way into the sports world, and it's so good to see that beach tennis has that influence on the sporting world. Sails deep from Branco. He's getting a little bit frustrated with that shot. Just the backhand. Slightly too much on that. And a few more break points for Ramos and Andersons. They keep ticking away. They're determined to try and get a sustainable lead here in this second set, having lost the first in that fashion. Anderson's Ramos back in front then. Set down, but 3 games to 2 up here in the second set.
love 30.
Oh, Branko.
Love
He
40.
knew exactly every player's position on that court, and although Anderson did go straight back to where Branko was, nonetheless, Branko doing well to see off that point in that fashion. That was really impressive. And guess what, folks? We're looking at another few break points here. You know, of course, I mean, if we're looking at the difference or the likeness between tennis and beach tennis, of course, this is one of the biggest differences. The one serve, obviously the higher net. Of course, it's going to be tougher to hold serve on a beach tennis court than a tennis court, and it would be fascinating to see tennis with just one serve. We've seen, obviously, Olivieri and Branko break again. You know, we've seen as on the tennis side of things, we've seen a few new tournaments come in to the tennis world with Patrick Mouratoglou's Ultimate Tennis Showdown, the UTS event, introducing the one serve rule. But it's, of course, a slightly different format to the traditional tennis. It's not 15 love, 30 love. It's tie-break scoring, so it's more difficult to see the difference. But it would be interesting to look at the stats of how many points are going against the serve. I'm sure it is more similar to the beach tennis, where it's not as common to see players holding serve. But let's not forget that we are watching beach tennis here. You know, it is easier for the returners. So it's certainly not a poor service match. You know, the players aren't serving badly. It's just it is easier for the returners. And it's such fine margins as well. I mean, it's not a huge court. You've got Maximilian Ansons, who's pushing 6'6". I mean, his wingspan is ridiculous. And then you've got Ramos Vieira, who's such a good mover around the court and able to go back if you put up the lob serve. These guys have got such good reflexes. I mean, where are you meant to go as a server? There's really not much space if you wanna get on top of the point. Otherwise, you're sort of gifting the returners an easy return, and of course you don't want to do that. So it's worth taking the risk. As that's well left by Ramos. Very well watched. Potentially a little bit lucky from Oliveira. He put that one up for Andersons and maybe just enough on his backhand side. So it gave Andersons too much work to do, but Oh, you'd back Andersons to make that 9 times out of 10. A lifeline for the Brazilians then. We've got a few more to go before holding here. Cries of vamos from Oliveira. He really wants this game. He wants to end this streak of losing service games. He's sick of it. And if they do want to put this 4th seeding pair away, I mean, they're going to have to hold serve at some point in this second set if they want to take this match in straight sets. Ideally, they don't want to be trying to end this in a tiebreak where it's the unknown. You're entering the unknown in a tiebreak. It's so much more risky. If they can hold serve, they know they can break. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Oliveira. That's such a shame because they put themselves in a decent position to try and get back into that game. They did. And then to fall at the final hurdle of getting back to a juiced position. That's really tough. So it's another break and the 5th seeds are back in front. With the break up, they lead by 4 games to 3. And if we're looking yet again around the grounds here in downtown Saarlouis, West Germany, we have second seeds Andre Baran and Michele Capelletti a set down to Mathieu Guegano and Hugo Paranetti Russo. Russo, who partnered Branco earlier this year. We know that Branco dropped some changes with his partnership, so I'm sure he'll be happy to see his former partner doing well against the second seeds. So Baran and Capelletti are set down 7-6 and 2-1 down over on court 4. And Nikita Burmakin and Tommaso Giovannini have bowed out. The Brazilians, Kirani and Mola, have come away with the win in seriously impressive fashion. 6-1, 6-1 in just 55 minutes. I mean, that's so rare to see. I mean, Burmakin and Giovannini often do so well in the latter stages of these Sand Series events. You know, they made the final of the Reunion Classic earlier this year in May. They were still looking for that first Sand Series win this year, but that is a real shame for the number 3 seeds. And of course, as expected, our number 1 seeds, Spotto and Gianotti, came through over Ponzi and Rodriguez 6-1, 6-3 in 50 minutes. So 2 pairs through to the semi-finals as we focus our eyes back on this quarter-final clash on centre court.
Ganz stark gespielt und abgeschlossen von Ramos Vieira.
Players starting to get a little bit more vocal, potentially getting a little bit tiresome out there. They've been out there for over an hour now in the blaring sun. Constant movement in the sand. It's got to be physically so tough in this sport. Niklas Andersons
40-15.
putting his body on the line. I mean, that's a joke. How they've won that point from him on the ground and Ramos over on the sideline. I mean, come on. But at the moment, I mean, it's what it's taken. It's really not been easy to get a hold of serve today. Haven't seen it often, so this would be a really good string to their bow if they can do this. And they have. That's a hold of serve. Anderson's Ramos. Get the hold they've been looking for just so long. And they're a game away from taking this quarterfinal to a decider here on center court.
Auf dem Center Court. Die Männer, die auf 4 gesetzt sind, der 9. und der 5. der Weltrangliste gegen den 11. und den 10. der Weltrangliste. So ja auf dem Papier diese beiden Duos.
Bravo, bravo!
Now 15.
Sorry, guys. Manto! Mamacito! Out!
Last 30.
Manto! Forza! Sì.
Also, noch reicht's nicht für den
Nicely put away by Oliveira. Of course, Oliveira made the semi-finals earlier this year in Reunion Island in May, but since then hasn't managed to get to the latter stages, that being the semi-finals or better at a Sand Series event. Obviously, since then we've had the Gran Canaria Classic and the Brasilia Classic, so we've had 2 and he's yet to reach the semi-final. So he's really looking to get that back on track. Branco looking for his first semi-final of the year at this level. Andersons and Vieira made the semis of the Brasilia Classic, so the last Sand Series event earlier on in June. So they really want to make it 2 in a row, and you can sense the motivation from them as the higher seeded pairing.
Zwei Satzbälle für Ramos, Vieira und Anderson.
They really want this one.
2 set points. Wir sind nah dran am Match-Tiebreak. Und da ist es.
Second set. Anderson's Ramos Vieira by 6 games to 3.
And there it
Wir
is.
sehen einen
We are
Match-Tiebreak
going
hier auf dem
to a match
Center Court
tiebreak,
in der
ladies and
Hydro
gentlemen.
Arena. 6:3 geht der zweite Satz.
You had an inkling
an
earlier on in
Andersons
that
und
second
Ramos
set.
Vieira.
Momentum was slightly
Vor
changing.
3 Jahren ja Weltmeister gewesen. Nummer
Just the
1,
willingness
vor 2 Jahren
of
Weltmeister und
Andersons
auch,
and Ramos just to not give
Nummer
in,
1
to
der
fight
Welt.
for every ball.
Kommt jetzt hier
We've seen them on the floor, we've seen them over on the sidelines. They're gonna run for every ball, they're gonna throw their bodies on the line, and that's exactly what they've done. It's not been the best performance from them, but to be honest, they won't care. As long as they can get over the line, they really won't care. So they've stuck in here, and we are a settle on centre court between the 4 seeds and the 5 seeds here in this men's event. The third set to come in just a few minutes.
Final set. Anderson to serve. Andersons Ramos.
Also, der erste Punkt geht an Ramos Viel und Andersons.
It really is a lottery of who wins these match tiebreaks. It's so tough to know who's going to go on top. So topsy-turvy. So the momentum shifts so much. Just through a matter of stringing points together. Who can do that the most? Who can hold their nerve? And lucky shots like that come off for the winners.
3-1.
And boy, Oliveira's got to be pumped with that one. I mean, sort of just put his racket out and blocked and hoped for the best, and it's come off really, really nicely for him. Gives them a little bit of breathing space at 3-1 up. Ansons and Ramos with some work to do. As the clock chimes.
3-2.
And don't be surprised if both pairings get louder and louder as this tiebreak progresses. As tensions get higher, so do their vocals. I do think it's who can execute the most basic of plays the better, who can get their strategy right. You know, if we look back to the first set, Branco and Oliveira took charge of the middle of the net for sure, and it paid off. Paid off so many dividends for them. But then if we look at the second set, Ansons and Ramos ran down everything, used their grit, and that was enough. So it really is who's going to play the better of their strategies more often in this one. And there you see Branco and Oliveira taking charge of the net, moving the big Latvian around.
4-2.
Getting him off balance, that was really nice. Branco ready to jump all over this net after the return. Oh, and just does enough. I thought potentially he hadn't. After hitting that third shot of the rally, just in this shot here, just didn't quite do enough, didn't get enough racket speed, but yeah, I think got a bit lucky there. Ramos, I thought, should have done better on the block. But credit where credit's due. Branko taking charge, as I said, at the middle of the net, and gave Ramos ultimately too much to do.
Sand Series Saarlouis Classic.
Oh, talk about an ace at the right time. Thumbs up from Alan Oliveira. He knows just how good that was at a critical time. 5-3 down. Beautiful stuff and really good serving from Andersons. Oh, that's so clutch from the Brazilians. Oliveira holding his racket sturdy. That wasn't a bad serve from Andersons at all. Potentially could have gone a little bit more body and slid it into Oliveira, but Oliveira did so well to get out the way. Point by point, the Brazilians getting closer here. Can they hold their nerve? Called deep.
Oliveira.
Can we see on the replay? Is it deep? Yeah, it looks deep. Branko and Oliveira with a tasty lead, 7-3 up.
7-4. Oliveira.
Every lead is easily lost in these champs tiebreaks. Let's be honest, everyone that's played this sport knows that no lead is one where you can just take a chill pill, you know? You need to be on it for every point, whether you're 9-love up, whether you're 9-love down. It's so important. It's where mindset is so key for these guys. Right, Oliveira. Not happy with that one, but Anderson does so well to try and get that lob back over. When the Brazilians get it over on Anderson's backhand side, just does so well to hit a forehand there. All about the movement on that occasion from the big Latvian. A sigh of relief from the Brazilians. That was whiskers away from touching the line.
8-5. Oliveira.
Look at this. That was not far. So Branko and Oliveira 2 points away then. 8-5 up with the lead. And you can really sense the occasion here. The tunes are pumping, but the intensity on this court is something else. And the fans are appreciating it. They're getting involved for the first time this match because they're sensing that this is big. This is a chance to get into the semi-finals of the 5th Sand Series event on the calendar. Doesn't happen every day. So Oliveira with a chance to make it match point for the Brazilians. Oh, I can't believe it. How far was this from going over? Not far at all. I mean, that could have dribbled over on any other occasion. But you've got to be honest, that's a little bit of a gift. Don't be surprised if he plays it a bit safe on this serve and Andersons and Ramos get all over this return. And they do exactly that. It looked a touch nervy from Branco there. He just didn't commit to that, and that's what tiebreaks bring. It brings nerves, it brings you to a point where you're second guessing yourself, as Branco did there. And that was nervy. And this beautiful venue, the Saarlouis market, is playing host to an absolute classic here. As the Brazilian fans watch on, can their boys hold on? They're 8-7 up, but Anderson's to serve. Where will he go on this one? Clever. Really clever going to Branco. Potentially the more inexperienced of the two. Don't be surprised if they pepper Branco with balls in this rally. 8-all now. Crunch time for both. There really is no time to second guess yourself. Gotta back yourself here. Oh, you can't believe it. The tallest guy on the court, the one you'd put your house on making a serve when you need it the most, is faulted at the most critical time you could imagine. And it gives the Brazilians a match point to take themselves into their first semi-final of the year of a Sand Series event. Be Branco to serve, I believe.
Ja, bleiben wir noch ein bisschen, oder ist das hier das Ende?
Yeah, the left hand of Branco. Oliveira to follow up. Yeah. It's the number 5 seed, Alan Oliveira and Leonardo Branco, who make it through to the semi-finals after a nervy finish. They're into their first semi-final as a pairing on the Sand Series calendar. It's taken them 5 events to get to this stage, and awesome emotions to see from Branco, going to share the moment with family, friends, team. What a moment. Ultimately, it's the more aggressive pairing that came through that match. Just dominated the forecourt. Weren't afraid to take that position. He's so glad he's come over this milestone. Vittorio Marchesini there. He'll be playing tomorrow in the semis. Just the willingness to go, to poach, to have that faith in their partner to cover them, ultimately was the winner in this match. Heartbreak for Ramos, Vieira and Andersons, who as the number 4 seeds, would have backed themselves before this match, but not to be this year at the Saarlouis Classic for them. They'll move on next year. But for now, all eyes on the Brazilians, and they'll be chatting soon to Jana Aruca. Let's hear what the boys have to say.
So, auf dem Platz erst noch unsere Kollegin aus Brasilien beim Livestream mit dem Interview der beiden Sieger.
A long time since we spoke to construction of the partnership, so we are really happy, and then we start to feel like now a double playing together, doing as we scheduled before. So I think this was happening on long match tiebreak, 10-8, so shows up how was on details those match. So we are really happy to these results and hope to stay strong.
That's it.
Great to see there, just mentioning it's their first time as a pairing achieving this milestone of a semi-final appearance at the Saarlouis Classic. One stop on the Sand Series calendar, so of many, you know, it's just as important as all the others. Of course, there's a couple more events in Brazil, which, as Brazilians, of course, they'll want to perform in for their fans, but doing it abroad, doing it away from their fans, doing it away from their families, what they're familiar with, creates an extra, I don't know, an extra motivation and sort of makes it even more special because it's more difficult to do. So it really is impressive to see, and you can tell that Oliveira and Branco are just so pleased with that. Great interview there with Jana. And so what a day we've had. An awesome quarterfinal earlier on with Rafaela Mila and Patricia Diaz, Patty Diaz, falling in the quarterfinal stages this year. They are the defending champions. They're out. And it's sad to see them go. What a moment it was to see their opponents come through. It really was something else. What a match it was. Topsy-turvy. No one able to hold serve. But eventually coming through. I mean, it was a Sand Series classic. And Veronica Cassidy and Ariadna Costa will be so pleased to come through that one. They will play the semi-finalists tomorrow, Flaminia Dina and Nicole Nobile. The other semi-final set up for tomorrow, Giulia Trippa and Elena Francesconi, who took out the number 4 seeds, will face second seeds Sofia Ciao and Vittoria Marchesini. And then just there, then we saw again the higher seeds topple in what was a day of upsets here in Saarlouis. Was Alan Oliveira and his Brazilian partner, who were able to get the win over the 4 seeds in awesome fashion over Andersons and Ramos Vieira. So they'll be ecstatic to go through to the semi-finals tomorrow. It's been a pleasure taking you through this one. I've been Alex Hyman. I will see you tomorrow as we get our semi-finals of the Sand Series Classic here in Saarlouis underway. Thanks again, and see you tomorrow.